Okay, hello everybody, welcome to the live stream. As you can probably guess by the title, today we're doing nothing interesting. We're gonna be trying to refactor the common package, this gigantic chunker right here, and we'll see how it goes. Last time we've been working on the UI, which I mostly finished. I added some little animations. We can pause the menu. For now, we only have like the pause menu, so there's only continue, right? There's gonna be like a start game menu as well. We can go to settings, switch between the tabs. Currently, there's nothing inside of them. We will need to add them eventually. Right now, I only have like these little temporary buttons. I added the input hints, right? That sort of display how to switch between the tabs. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I did figure out how to make it work nicely with like the with disabling interactivity and stuff like that. Just something that I struggled during the last live stream. But now it's done. So we can focus on the main course, which is a refactor. Okay, so my current idea is to just go through all of them and sort of try to figure out what other crates or rather libraries they reference, right? So like here, we can see in the use crate all of the other references that are probably important, because there are some things that I'm pretty sure sort of we can immediately extract to like their own crate, things that don't change often, right? Like the GLTF extras probably could be its own crate because it doesn't use anything from within this crate. Same goes for extensions. They pretty much stand alone. The palette, maybe. So generally speaking, I would like to definitely make like one crate for these sort of things that don't really change often and are in no way related to like the other things in this crate. So then if we change something in the common, they are not unnecessarily recompiled. I don't know how to name this crate though. As always. No, don't create a directory here. Create it in the top level. Yeah, here we go. Kind of a problematic thing because common is already taken. Could it be shared? Is this something? World objects, I don't know. This is one of the, not to be immediately negative at the beginning of the live stream, but that's like an interesting recommendation. What world objects? How are extensions for like Rust types a world object? Probably gonna need some velo in here because we also extend that. Include hooks, jump pads, and so on. What are you talking about? I thought you wanted to like came up with the name for the crate that I'm currently making. We're not extracting gameplay elements because gameplay elements are really closely tied with the player and everything like that. It's like currently, like I said, we're trying to like extract the common things, that don't reference anything else. So extensions, GLTF, palette, stuff like that. Like if you take a look at the anchor itself, right, and see how many other things it references, like these are definitely not the best things to extract to a separate crate. Because ideally we're gonna make a crate that only references like external crates, and then it's just not gonna be recompiled like ever. That would be my plan. I'm gonna core or engine maybe. I'm gonna stick with shared for now and see where it takes us. Yo, Astortion is alive. It is alive and kicking. Okay, and then we need to probably define that somewhere in the workspace, right? That's gonna be shared. And then common is definitely gonna need to reference shared. Hello, I made this to the stream for once, lol, welcome. Glad you could make it. Probably one of the most boring streams this month because we're doing refactoring, but nice having you here regardless. Okay, let's take the palette, let's take the, what are the extensions? Here, that's for sure. Game state, GLTF. Game state could probably, hex is definitely not used by anything. Game state could also be in this crate, I guess. I don't know what states are. Oh no, okay, these are the custom entity states, so we can steal them as well, because they're like really generic. Yeah, okay, let's just take this for now. Put that in here. Okay, I wanted to be smart and just copy the lib file, but I think it's gonna be easier to just rewrite that. Extensions, what else do we have? Game state. Am I spelling it wrong? What is that? What is your problem? Oh, okay, here we go. GLTF. Hex. Palette. States. Okay, let's see if it's actually true that these don't reference anything. Yeah, this is like just Bevy. So that's awesome. This only uses hex, which is in the same crate, so that's also great. This is just Bevy. GLTF is gonna require Blender and Saturday. That's okay. We can give it that. I don't know how I feel about having to define the types for the GLTF extras. I've been thinking about this the other day. It's maybe going back to using strings is not that bad of an idea. Because then you can define them in like the same place you parse them. Meanwhile here we need to like define them both here and then use them somewhere else. I do not know though. What is a game state? Let's see. Why are some Twitch chat messages green? We don't know. We haven't figured this out. There's something with the configuration causing like every other Twitch message to be highlighted, and I don't know how to fix that. But hold on, wasn't it okay last live stream? I don't know. I'm gonna have to look into that. I guess we probably could. Give me a second. I'll tangent. It's been like 3 minutes of refactoring and we are already moving to a tangent. Oh, okay, I could. Magic test. I think it only works for AVI and L for some reason. Okay, so here's the deal. I don't know if I should hold on, because I don't know if I can. If I should like show you the session in the URL, that could be like, you know, I don't know how much control do you get if you have that link. Yeah, give me a second, because that could have been a bit of a mistake. I'm gonna don't say anything. I'm closing the chat for a second. Is it the odd class? Yeah, I'm gonna take a look at this in just a second. Oh, give me a second. I need to go on a little technical break. I mean, I'm still here, but I just need to get the screen. Hi, first time here. What are you working on today? We're doing a little refactoring of one of the crate, which grew out of proportions. But currently I'm trying to fix chat, which is why you can see your message on the chat right now. I'm not making it up, by the way. I'm reading chat messages. I swear, these are real chat messages that I see. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure this out in my free time. You should be able to see the chat messages, yeah. You were refactoring what exactly? We're refactoring a ginormous common crate where I put a lot of modules, and I'm currently trying to split it into some logical crates for the compilation's sake. I was following occasionally on YouTube because of the fancy pixel art rendering. I thought that the thing was Unity based. Instead, I see that you are using Bevy and Rust. Is that a revamp, or it was always like that? It is a revamp. See, that's what you get for following only occasionally. If you were to, watch every video, you would know. Refactoring will help to reduce compile times too, I guess. Yeah, that's one of the reasons we're doing it. So you can have the things that we don't often change in one separate crate. Not have it be recompiled each time we change something in the common crate, which we'll probably rename to something else. I wonder, okay, this has a plugin. That's okay though. Now we just need to fix all of this. Or maybe do we want to separate this further? Because that would be the question. Maybe let's see if there's something else. Hot could be in the shared crate because it doesn't use anything, and it doesn't change at all. Input, we could put input in like its own crate, I think. I don't know if it warrants its own crate. I think it does. Look at how huge it is, and it will only grow bigger, especially once we implement like keyboard rebinding and stuff like that. Is Rust cool? I heard it got almost the speed of C++ with less of the cancer. It compiles to machine code. I don't think it's not slower than C++. They're like on the same level. If C++ maybe even a little bit slower because it uses dynamic dispatch in a lot of places. I guess it depends on like what type of code you use, because you can write just C code in C++, I guess. Rust is amazing. I do understand the hype. That's my take. Although to each their own. Okay, hot definitely belongs there. Input could be a separate crate. I think it could. Does it reference anything? No, just Bevy. And the camera. Okay, that's a bummer. Perhaps camera shouldn't be its own crate, but we could sort of like take the tags, right, and put them in the shared crate, just like the tag components and nothing else. I think that would be a good idea. Because I'm assuming that a lot of crates do that, where they like, not crates, a lot of modules do that, where they like need access to just the camera tag to query for the camera. But all of the systems could stay here. Yeah, it's more of a crab. I was thinking myself, if I was gonna make an engine, it would probably be in Rust. Used to hear it's even better than I thought. Yeah, I mean, in terms of performance. Again, it kind of depends on what code you write, right? But it can match the performance of C. What's wrong with this after? What's wrong with everything? There's many more problems. Okay, so input is on crate. That's gonna happen in just a second. Collectible collection cube. Collection is like scene handling. This probably also warrants its own crate eventually, but maybe not now. There are also these things, which I think they could be nice in a separate package. They relate to like terrain generation. We have like the curve range, curves, terrain probably is sort of in the same category. Physics group. That's perfect for shared actually. Should be in shared. Okay, let me go through all of them. Anchor, that's not a thing. Area trigger. Can say here. Camera checkpoint, circle trigger, collectible collection cube, curve range curve, custom gravity. Custom gravity, what are you doing? Oh, okay, it's like gravity affected by other gameplay elements. Could say here, damage. Draw circle is kind of random. I'm not sure if anybody is still using it. Looks like the player is. Which I don't think it needs to. We could use Velo at this point to draw the circle for the player. Yeah, I'm gonna just remove it entirely. Field material field, that's okay. Frame rate. It's kind of the UI. Maybe you could move it to like the UI module in here. Holdable hook, input hint. Input hints we're gonna need to refactor so that they use the new hint system as well. Okay, we're back to input, interactable, launch, live split, materials. Could also stay here for now. Orbidor, physics. Physics. I don't think it makes too much of a difference, to be honest. This is a really tiny file. Platform player, playtest, portal, pressure plate. This is abysmal. Why isn't it grouped together? Pressure plate, targetable, teleport, terminal, terrain, trigger, tunnel. Tunnel should be called funnel, I think. Version displays a version. That's kind of in the same category as frame rate. Kind of an UI thing, and then walkable. Okay, I think that's all for now. Extension game state, GLTF, hex, hot. Palette, physics, group, and states. Okay. Yo, happy Sunday to you specifically. Thank you so much, as always. Okay, and that's gonna need Bevy Rapier in here. This is the problem with game state. Game state needs input. How so? It's like a little exit story in here. I don't know, feels like it doesn't really belong here. Yeah, I know where we can put it for now. Here's a little main menu thingy, which is partially responsible for like button events. Do we have here? Oh, I can talk about this in just a second, by the way, because that's interesting. Handle menu event. This could be here for now. Exit story. Here, probably. Okay, let's start fixing all of this. If I could, what's the matter in here? Why can't we access the game state? Also, we need the in state. Hold on. Let's copy all of this. Yeah, because that's dealing with the input, so it needs to run in the fixed update loop, at least in the current setup. Okay, can I import the game state now? Did I not specify it here? Oh, I did not, okay. Shared. Okay, it's thinking. Artificial refactoring, so code isn't perfect out of the gate. News to me. It can always be more perfect, right? Okay, here's the game state. Let's see what else do we have here. Velo is now having issues with something. Oh, extensions, yeah. Okay, so that's fixed. Okay. Well, I wonder if we could make like our own prelude for extensions. Maybe I guess we could just like do this, right? It's pretty much the same, the same thing. Okay, area trigger, what do you need? Not this. I know this is very early and not relevant right now, but if you will need a sound designer, engineer, let me know. Thank you so much for the offer. I will probably sort of start working towards that in near future. Because I do want because I will be looking for a composer in general. I will be announcing that eventually. But I would like to already have some sort of a score ready for the next Steam Next Fest, which is this October. So I guess we're running out of time slowly, right? So like if I'm gonna be looking for a composer, they should probably have like a few months, of time. So yeah, the F mode is sort of like one of the next things that I wanna tackle in terms of integration. Now that we have Velo out of the way and the UI is coming together, because sounds are really missing. Like even if I can put some random, little royalty-free sound effects in the playtest, that would be fun. That would make it like 10 times better than it is right now with like literally no music and no sound. And then we also then we can also do, hold on, I lost my thought. No, I wanted to say that during the development of like Solomon's Link, we did this thing with F mode where I would just like set up the events with some really bad temporary sound effects, and then the composer would just like take this over later and add all of the nice sounds. So like there's really no reason to wait with music integration, because you can just like polish it later. I can send you my work with sound design if you want. Again, I will be announcing it like publicly, because a lot of people ask me about that. So I guess if you really want to, you can send it on to my email. But you can also wait for the announcement and send it over then, because I'm not gonna be looking through it, before the announcement. Okay, that's the camera. Circle trigger. I don't think if I ended up using this trigger like anywhere. I don't even remember it. Because I was thinking about some like input hint, I think, being displayed next to something. But we ended up with a much better system for that. Okay, that's physics in this module, and now we can take care of this. Maybe if we deal with this refactor fast enough, we can also take care of the input hints, because that would be fun, I think. Make them display on top of the thingy. And by thingy I mean the terminal, is what I'm trying to say. So like a little ePrompt in the world, because right now it uses a pixel art rendition, which is not gonna be the case in the final game. Closest length. I close Visual Studio Code. I press Control Shift W, I guess, which closes the window. Interesting shortcut. I wanted to press Control Shift E, which goes to the tree on the left. I don't know how to use this editor, by the way. Just wanted to address that. We've been doing these live streams for quite a while, though. Soon I will no longer be able to say like, oh no, I'm new here. Okay, we're gonna have to wait for Rust Analyzer to boot up. Okay, can I get my recommendation now? Pretty please. Okay, here we go. You should use Vim. Yeah, Vim is notoriously... I probably would not have an issue with closing Vim by mistake. That is true. That is a fair point. Can I not import that? Like this. Okay, I guess it doesn't like to recommend macros to import or something. eState, okay. Okay. Field. I saw now the reset video. Cool, man. I sometimes have the feeling of missing out on off-the-shelf engine. I'm doing my first game from scratch and it's taking ages. Yeah, I would never. That's you know. Hold on. Let me focus. What am I trying to say? That seems like quite an undertaking to like make a game from scratch entirely. But hey, if that's what you're into. Question, how do you simulcast? I'm using a plugin for OBS. Hold on, I'm gonna find it. Here it is, OBS Multi RTE MP. That's how it's called. Originally made for virtual YouTubers, and it simulcasts to Twitch from my machine, so it's not like it's not a separate service or anything like that. I'm making a game entirely from scratch. It definitely takes a lot of time, but I like the complete control of everything. Yeah, I can see that, definitely. Dropping into Bevy also seems pretty hardcore in a way, but what I'm making is pretty basic, so there's that. This is also my approach. Like the game I'm making is not really that complex in lots of ways. palette right here. You know, I'm starting to regret that we didn't export everything on like a top level. So it's not shared palette, but it's just palette. You know what, let's fix that. Since we're still only like midway through, I feel like we could just like use these things in here. Or at least some of them. Or maybe not. I don't know. See, that's the problem. I don't know what the state of the art is, I guess, when it comes to brass code. How would you structure that? No, let's stick with that. Oh yeah, here are the old input hints that we're gonna need to take care of. I'm so deep in, I'm now working on a custom file format for my game levels. Sounds fun. Why are there 20 tabs on top? Do they help? Yeah. I feel better when I have them. They don't have a specific reason, it's just that they don't close automatically, so they stay there. There's probably a shortcut for like closing every single tab except the currently open one. Materials. Here's a palette. Are you also making the thing? I don't understand that message. I don't know the context of it. I don't think I've actually seen you use the tabs ever. I use them all the time, but I use them using shortcuts, right? But I do use them, I do. Okay, extensions, GLTF. Oh god, Twitch is so broken, eating messages. I don't understand. Wait, oh, because your previous, okay, I see, your previous message was a response to somebody. Okay, never mind then. What is this? Why is it here? What is the purpose of that? I had to refresh to see my last message. Interesting. This is something. What is this? Update platform. Oh, I was experimenting with like rotating platforms. I don't think that's necessary anymore. We can get rid of that. Okay, player, draw circle. Okay, GLTF extras. Estate bundle, and now this is the last thing that we need to take care of. So let's go to the player. Could also probably be its own package or crate, excuse me. Although it uses so many other things that I don't think it would be possible. Let's add a little system. Post update. Draw player. And it's gonna be in set. Velo set. HUD. Okay. Now we just need to draw the player. Let's see, spawn the player. Okay, we can add it here. Draw player. We're gonna need some velo scene in here. And then I guess the player themselves. Global transform, and then with player. Oh, but we don't have a... We should probably make this a generic thing, because we don't have a way to draw a circle easily. We have a little function in here. Okay. Compute matrix. So you can set a maximum tab count so that the oldest tab gets closed automatically. Haven't read this message before. Can I? Do you happen to know the name of that setting? It's like tabs, plural. No, I don't seem to be able to find it. It's okay though. I like being flooded by tabs at the top. Okay, so ideally we're gonna wanna put this draw circle onto the velo scene so that we can like use it sort of like gizmos. Or we could just use gizmos. That's also possible. But the velo one would be nice and smooth. I'm now stuck with regular pixel perfect rendering. It's so annoying for the center of even number of pixels. Do you have any thoughts about this problem? I'm still handling this case by case mostly. For the center of even number of pixels. I'm not sure what you understand. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Are you referring to like trying to center? But why even? Even should be easy to center. Or do you mean like finding the center pixel? Like 0, 0, 0, 0 doesn't have a center. Yeah, but what do you need the center for? I'm not sure. I don't have any thoughts about that because I'm not sure if I ever faced that problem. If I needed to do something like that. Okay, let's see how this would look like. Public function circle. And that's gonna be self. So you probably just want circle, maybe not even 2D, but just instead of taking a whole matrix, we probably want to just take the position in like world space, assuming that it's gonna be world space. And we can work back from here. So you can just transform vector too. That's crazy. Why is that a thing? What is this thing? Oh, it's an affine matrix. Okay. Hi everyone. Hi. Hello everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Lovely having you here. Okay, so we're just gonna transform this vector and that's it. Oh no, we can't. Okay, we need a matrix. I'm stupid. Instead, we're just gonna take this matrix, multiply it by affine 2. From translation. That's gonna be the position. This is our matrix right here. Is it trying to import a different circle? What's up with that? Yeah, because we have prelude, I guess. I guess the Bevy prelude contains a circle. But we actually want the Kurbo circle. Okay, this should work. Let's say you want to center a UI element like a marker on a sprite. Now we want both to be even or both odd as an axis aligned bounding box, I suppose. It may be an asset creation problem, a constraint. So yeah, I don't have any good suggestion for that. I don't understand the problem, but I don't have any good solution. I can see Glass and Roman. Is that normal? I'm on YouTube here on Twitch. I see. Hi guys. Yes, you are on different platforms. You can consider doing what I'm doing, which is make the UI not pixel art, and just don't worry about that ever again. Velo has like a really nice thingy for defining multiple, well, not multiple operations, but sort of a way of defining I want to either stroke or fill the thing. But I don't remember the name for that. Oh, I think it's style. Yeah, exactly. You have like the style enum, and then it's either fill or stroke. I feel like we could accept that and see how that would work. Or maybe no. You know what? Let's not overcomplicate that. Let's just stick with strokes for now. So now I can go back to the player, and here we can just do circle. Circle, and the position is gonna be transform.translation truncate. Radius is gonna be 12, and color is gonna be gray. If we want to fill the circle, we always have access to the fill method itself. Okay, so that's gonna draw the player. Maybe. Oh, you want mutable reference, not just consume the variable. Have a nice day, everyone. It's midnight for me. Have a great night, and you still may end up with nonsense like that if you have piecewise entities, you know, like a centipede, for example. Maybe I just take that. Maybe I just need to keep that in mind while creating assets. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I will see if I ever encounter something like this. Okay, something else is missing in here. Oh, this is no longer necessary. Portal. This gigantic import section. Okay, can we fix that? Can I run like Clippy or something and it would like fix that? You can Rust formatter. Yeah, I ran it, but it doesn't fix it. You need to enable nightly and one of the config options. I am on nightly, so that's done. What's the config option? Gonna try to look it up as well. Oh, you're live? Hey, welcome to the live stream. Merge imports, I think. This option is deprecated. Use imports granularity crate instead. Okay, and where do I put this option? What are these options for? Do I need like a, hold on, I know. It's this, right? Just getting started with Bevy. What are you up to? Excuse me, look at this. It worked. Okay, that is awesome. That is super cool. Thank you so much for that. What am I up to? We're doing a lot of refactoring in our code base right now. Bit of a boring live stream today. It is Sunday, so I'm not thinking too much about anything. Just doing some mindless, you know, fixes and refactoring. Okay, this portal is fixed. Tab spaces equals 2. I do agree with that. But the reason I'm using 4 is because that's the default, and I was like, I don't want to go against the, you know, community. Although I guess putting 80 as the width limit is already sort of going against it, but okay, terminal. We are nearing the end. We'll see if the game compiles after that. That would be awesome. I'm doing a bullet hell quad tree Boyd thing. Was curious about a comment of you before saying that this could be bad in ECS. Sorry for a long message. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Well, I don't know if it's bad necessarily, right? It's just that ECS is meant for like random iteration. That's what it optimizes for. So looking at how people implement, for example, a scene graph is kind of weird because, you know, by the very nature of it, you need to traverse it differently. And then instead of iterating, you end up looking up random IDs in the query. But you know, I'm not a authority on that matter, right? What do I know? tab equals to space is a heresy. Where Inquisition looking XD. I don't know, man. I don't know. It saves vertical, not vertical, horizontal space. Gotta go. Night, guys. See you next time. Have a good time. Have a great night. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, but I guess a quad tree would solve that, aiming for 20k entities, so there's no way around optimizations. So like, I'm assuming a quad tree and a bullet hell would be used for like collision solving, right? And like hit detection. I don't know, I guess it is possible. There are some like crates for Bevy that, you know, implement the physics engine entirely within the ECS world, excuse me. And they somehow work. So I guess it is doable. Right, what I meant when I commented on that was more that it's not like ergonomic the way you do that. Well, yes, and for Boyd's, to find the neighbors, you know, you need to find closest around radius and apply coherence and so on. Oh yeah, I get you. I was imagining a bullet hell, forgot about the Boyd's part. Okay, so your concerns was just ergonomics, makes sense. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just sort of spitballing here, right? I don't know much about Bevy to like have any sort of educated opinion. I'm just talking about what I like feel about it. So definitely, you know, don't use that as a basis for any important decisions. You should probably, you know, reach out to people in like the Bevy Discord server and stuff and ask them about this. Perhaps maybe somebody did something similar even. Right, a huge disclaimer, by the way, I guess, because we have some new people in here. I'm learning Rust and Bevy, right? I've been doing this for like the past 2 months, 2.5 months. So I'm nowhere near, you know, being an expert or anything like that. Okay, this module works. What is a trigger component variant and why wasn't it imported in here? Oh, because that's in the GLTF file. That's interesting. I feel like this should also be in that file. It's sort of like randomly in here. Oh no, never mind, because it maps the variant to like the actual component. Okay, I see. I remember now. Should be this way. Well, now I was just watching a video 20 minutes ago and you dropped that comment. So you're alive. Ask what you meant. Okay, I see. Okay, what else do we need? This. And something in here. GLTF extras, as always. Okay, 2 more files left. Walkable, GLTF extras. Okay, there we go. One missing thing in here, and that should be it. Maybe. Maybe not. I really hope this is gonna work. Just like first time. We compiled the game and the game just works after the refactor. Yeah, about that. Okay, we have other crates to fix. I forgot about that. Silly me. Let's start with the ASC crate, I guess. The main one is gonna need the... Is it gonna need this? I don't know, actually. Seems like it doesn't. Huh. So we're gonna add it here, despite that. Because the main crate needs to have the same dependencies as the hot reloadable crates, at least from my understanding, because otherwise type IDs are different and it crashes at runtime from time to time. Okay, and here we already have the shared thing. Okay. By the way, I recently found a super dope plugin for Visual Studio Code leader mode. It's like Vim, but in reverse. You press key to get in normal mode, so freaking dope. It does sound interesting. Game state, where are you? Extensions and palettes, okay. Oh, what? Hold on. What's up with all of this? Missing brushes. Like you have normal editor behavior, but you can jump to mnemonics if you need to. Was looking for something like that for a while now, but I guess if one is used to control shortcuts, it's not as great. And how I'll let you be, have fun, thank you. No, TTYL, talk to you later, I guess. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, these are the hints, plugins. We actually want this to be here, probably. Okay, hold on. Here's a silly idea. What if I like do this? Right? That should work. Yeah, okay, that's actually like 10 times faster. Maybe we can make it even better. What if I just copy this and then move that? Okay, that's not gonna work here. Okay. All of them only like need states and nothing else. I guess this needs something else. What's the problem here? Oh, okay. It's gonna be shared. And then teleport. All right. Animator, I guess. Okay, this time for sure. Or maybe not. Okay, the main crate does need them. Interesting. For some reason it didn't highlight them. Okay, so this is shared. What else do we have here? Draw circle is no longer necessary, and this we can import as per usual. Same for this. Okay. That has to be it. Okay, almost. I guess the asset processor is failing. What have we changed that would like affect it? I guess the palette isn't it? Oh no, it has a different preprocessor saved because the path changed. Okay, we need to just update that. Oh, that's A sprite. Hold on. Here it is. Yeah, it's gonna be shared. And do this. Let's do this for test as well. Okay, what about now? Could it be? Is this the game working as before? Seems to be working. Yeah, looking good. I think we can also try to group some of the modules together. Maybe not necessarily, you know, in order to move them to a different crate, but just to like have them segregated into files. Yeah, okay. But I will first commit all of this just so that we have this working state nicely. I'm doing everything in one file. Well, game looks pretty smooth, by the way. Thank you so much. Clearly there are some things that could be grouped somewhat together. We definitely need cool animation for transition between moving on floor and moving on ceiling. Yeah, the current animation controller was written in like 2 hours. We're gonna need much more animations than what's there. Some of the gameplay elements look like they would be nice to group together. Although I don't know. There's so many files and I don't know why. What are they doing? The teleport looks a bit jarring as well. Guys, this is not a feedback live stream. I know that, but like we have a, you know, whole playtesting set up. I'm gathering feedback. I'm talking with people. I'm working on changing it. That's not the point of the live stream. It's not like, you know, an invite to criticize the game. Materials are also kind of generic. Although I guess their problem is that they need to instantiate the materials, which come from like this package as well. Okay, let's just try, just for the sake of it. I'm gonna make gameplay right here, and then I'm gonna make, no, not a file, terrain. So anchor is gameplay, pretty obvious. Area trigger. I would count this as terrain. Checkpoint is gameplay. Circle trigger, that's terrain. Collectible can stay here because this is related to like playtest specifically. It has nothing to do with the actual game. This is probably not gonna be used in the actual game. Collection is terrain, that's like level loading. Cube is gameplay. Curve range is terrain, that's for sure. Curves, that's also terrain. I'm not criticizing, just wanted to write, would be cool to have a time slowdown for the teleporter, but yeah, you're right, not the place for it. Yeah, I know, there's gonna be a teleportation. There's probably not gonna be a teleport in the end. It's also it's called a hook, by the way. This is my least favorite mechanic, and it'd probably be completely revamped as well. It's like, I know that, but it's like, you know, that's not what we're doing on this live stream, right? We're just doing refactoring. Hey Artificial, watch you on YouTube for years now, and finally see you live. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, and welcome to the live stream. Glad you could make it. So do you basically say they're a demo version of the game? I don't understand the question. I think you misspelled something. And I'm not sure what you meant by say. Damage? No, that's a problem, because that's kind of a terrain and kind of a gameplay element. I'm gonna keep it in terrain though. Field, that's gameplay. Field material, that's also gameplay. I mean, it's not necessarily gameplay, but it needs to be close to the field, at least for now. You said that there is some testing thing for criticizing, so there is a way to try the game. Yeah, on my Patreon. We have like a Patreon only playtesting. There is no public demo that's gonna come to Steam. Because I don't think that's necessarily something that you want to do, just like give your game to everybody immediately. Oh, it's been well over an hour, so I need a little break. Hold on. Because I reconfigured my layout in OBS, and now the timer is somewhere else. So I missed it. early demo probably will not be beneficial. And I just, when you're at my position, releasing a demo would like overflow me with feedback. You know what I'm saying? That's why, I need to like restrict it to a small group of people. But I'm not saying that your criticism here is like bad or anything like that. I'm just saying it's not the right time for it. Anyway, I'm gonna be back in 10 minutes, and I'll see you then. Okay, I am back. Followed your stuff for a while, big fan. First time on Twitch watching live code also. Muchos excited. Sorry for butchering what I'm assuming is Spanish. Welcome. Nice to have you here. I made myself a cup of coffee while I was gone. I'm back with another question. If you could go to any place on Earth that isn't where you live, where would you go? Just to visit, or can I live there? I'm not huge on travel, but if I could like live anywhere, a Canadian tundra. That's like my dream location. I would need like a wooden house, right? But with internet connection. So I don't know if this is in the realm of possibilities. But yeah, Canada for sure. I would love to visit Canada. Why? Because I'm a hermit and I love cold weather. That's pretty much it. the only reason. Okay. Yeah, I don't know there's a point in like separating them like this, to be honest. I don't know if there's anything we gain. Welcome back. Hello. Yeah, no, I'm gonna undo all of this. Let's just not do that. Let's just call it a day. We did some refactoring, okay? We now have this new crate where we can put stuff. That doesn't change. Maybe something else could be put in here. I don't think so. It feels like everything here is pretty much somewhat related to each other. I guess live split. Yeah, we could take live split out of here. Pretty chill stream, I would say, even if I barely understand anything. Yeah, we're just really moving files from one place to another. Oh, we cannot do that because, okay, never mind then. Because it uses like events from within the game to start the timer and restart it. Okay, has to stay in the other crate. Now we ain't just moving files with clean coding. I guess. So UI itself, yeah, I guess this is a problem. Targetable, focused. What is it used for? What are you doing in here? Is this necessary? I don't think it is. I think we can just remove it and it's gonna work just fine. Yeah, I'm removing it. Whatever. Ripple times. This could be ripple time. Actually, I initially thought that there could be multiple ripples. That is not the case. There can only be one ripple at a time. So we can take care of that. That's gonna be one for loop less. I wish there was an easy way to be able to move files in Visual Studio Code, but then make Visual Studio Code edit any code that directs to that file, so it directs to the new file location. Yeah, like Rust Analyzer should support moving files, right? I also don't like the fact that it doesn't. At least to the best of my knowledge, maybe it does, and I just don't know about it. But this would be awesome. It would make, you know, the hour we just spent, it would probably turn it into like 10 minutes. Okay, again, one for loop less. What are we doing here? We can actually subtract time, I think, and then we can verify like, oh, is it less than 0? And then just set it to 0. It's gonna be a little bit cleaner in the rendering side in just a second. There might be an extension somewhere, but I've never looked into it. I don't think it could be done by an extension, because you need like static analysis of the project, right? So it would need to be on the level of like Rust Analyzer, I think. Okay, now this doesn't exist. Ripple time is just button.rippleTime. And now we don't need to do this weird subtraction, because we go the other way around. So we can just use this ripple time directly in here to draw this little stroke effect. Oh, and this is much nicer now. So this, when we press a button, we want to do. Wait, what's this? What's this break in here? Oh, it's the for loop. For what? Oh, I must have left it here. Okay. After removing the for loop, we don't need to verify any of that, and we can just set it to 1. So this is pretty simple. We press the button. We set the ripple time to 1, and then every time the system is run, it's gonna like subtract a little bit from that time until it reaches 0. Let's see if this is everything. And then as it goes from 1 to 0, it's gonna have this little stroke animated from being huge to like shrinking downwards. I don't know if you can see it on the... No, now it's practically impossible because it immediately closes, but there is like a little ripple around the button when I press it. Oh, here I can show you that. Oh yeah, this is probably not visible on the live stream, but there is like a little thingy. Trust me, it's there, okay? You may not see it, but it's there. Refactor this as well. I love the option panel animation. I mean, me too. It's my favorite surface morphing kind of thing from like material design that I'm absolutely in love with, and use it way too much in my videos. Excuse me, I was sipping on my coffee. It just swoop. Yeah, it is really fun. It's really fun to animate too. Can actually maybe talk about this a little bit. We can make it slower. It does this little movement in like an arc, so it goes, you know, to the right first and then sort of upwards. Right, I really enjoy that. And the way it works is that once we get like the tween value from like 0 to 1, right? We do this little thing where we turn this into an angle from 0 to 90 degrees, although this is, you know, in radians. And then we calculate sine and cosine of these values, right? So we end up with two values that also range from 0 to 1, but their speed makes things appear on like this curved path. And then when tweening, you know, we use x for tweening the x position and x size, and y for tweening y position and y size, and it makes this really nice effect. Absolutely love it. Okay. Why is there an issue in here? Oh, we didn't fix that. Okay, that's interesting because we're not running hot module. We're not running hot reload. So we missed this. It's gonna have to be shared like that. Let's see if it compiles in like hot reload mode. Are you using the wave curve bits to change the x and y velocity? So you're using no, it's not the velocity, it's just a position. I tween the position and the size. Cool stream, man, going to head to bed. We'll keep an eye out for the next one. Beautiful trigonometry magic. Thank you so much for tuning in and have a great sleep. Okay, the hot version compiles. Let me just open another terminal. No, I don't want to do that. Hold on. What did I run here? Interface. Okay, so I need some systems in here. I also need to fix this because right now I need to run both watchers for like the both crates, even though sometimes or most of the times I only want to work on one of them. Okay, now I go to sleep. Good luck, everyone. Have a great sleep to you too. Let's see, is this finished? Okay. Ooh, okay, there is some issues in here. Let's see. Resource does not exist. Common hot systems. Okay, and who's requiring this resource then? this thing is. But it's no longer in common. It is shared now. So who's requiring hot systems from common, and how does that work? Oh wait, hold on, I'm stupid. We need to change the cargo definition, because that's another thing that I need to fix. And I'm not sure how just yet. Okay, are we gonna recompile automatically? Okay, now it's working just fine. So last idea would be to maybe try and extract the player to a separate crate. Kind of crazy, but I feel like it should be possible. Collectible, collection, damage, input, interactable, targetable, and UI. Well, that's a lot of references. That reminds me of my time with XNA. Build what you need, but with a better ECS framework. Interesting, interesting. I personally never use XNA, so I'm not sure. But it is also like a code-first approach, right? In XNA. Code first with C#. Yeah, that's what I thought. So no matter what we extract from this crate, it will need to reference the common crate as well. I don't think there's a way to make another crate that's like completely unrelated to common. I guess common itself is already referencing like the shared crate. Something like terrain. Yeah, no, I'm gonna try to take care of that in my free time, because I don't seem to be able to focus on that, or at least think about it right now. You make all tooling yourself, which made it tough. You're making a game or making a massive engine. Aren't there some like fairly popular games made with the XNA framework though? Isn't like Celeste? No. What was Celeste Maiden? Yeah, it was in Mono Game, right? Which is sort of based on XNA. I don't know. Okay, let's see what we have here for... We could probably fix some of the bugs from like playtesting. Interaction after death. That's a really simple thing to fix, probably. We close this, we don't need hot reload right now. Oh yeah, hold on a second. So interaction after death has to do with the way focusing works. And it's a bit annoying, basically what it means. If I can show you that. People definitely made great games with it, just usually took more time to iterate. I see. Okay, so when I die while holding space, well, first of all, I don't die. That's interesting. But then I like continue being attached to that anchor on the other side. Can I replicate? No, I cannot. So this is what we want to fix, and it should be fairly straightforward. Because here's the system responsible for focusing. Or not even, hold on, maybe that's not even a problem with focusing. It may be a problem with checking availability. Yeah, this is where we check if an anchor can be interacted with the player, and the problem is right here. When the player doesn't exist, this system just like skips. So whatever it calculated previously sort of remains. So that a few things that we probably need to do. First of all, let's take the estate of the player state right here as one of the parameters. And then we're gonna do is dead. So new available is gonna be not is dead and this. Oh, and that's a reference. Okay. But furthermore, we still need to like iterate over that just to make sure when the player is dead, we no longer need this. We no longer need the anchor. We just need the availability, right? So when the player doesn't exist, new available is like false. It cannot be available because the player doesn't exist, right? So I guess we can say this, which I guess means this. So just reset the available if it's enabled for every single. What is the problem? Expected type, found unit type. Oh, we need to return afterwards. So this will fix the issue, like, for sure. I think you didn't die because you were touching exactly the corner. Yeah, but why? There may be some problem because I do have that on my to-do list as well. There is some wacky things happening with the closest point on the curve detection for like really specific edge cases. And I had it happen to me where like an entire floor, for example here, this entire floor that's meant to kill you, it just wouldn't because of the values in this spline. So we're gonna look into that. I'm gonna try to replicate this in just a second. See how it goes. Also, hold on, we have Blender, we can make it faster. Just gonna move the respawn point in here. So I can just teleport in here and see. Yep, and I got attracted to this one. So it's just to make sure. Let's move this. Oh wait, no, never mind. I can't do that because then I won't be able to use it. No, but it seems to be working just fine. Maybe, you know what we could do? We could just like move this in here. That would be like 10 times easier to test, or maybe not. Never mind, it wouldn't be easier to test. Okay, now we can test it. No, never mind. That's just because we respawn in the area. No, but it seems to be working. And that's the best type of working. Seems to be working. Okay, now let's try to land on the corner and see how it goes. Okay, curious. It's gonna be hella difficult to redo that. Well, never mind. First try. And now I died. Okay, so we're gonna need to... I guess we're gonna need to replicate this with a debugger and see what's going on. It looks like a feature to me. Yeah, it was meant to be this way, right? Let's go to damage. No, update player damage. No, damage inside of common. There's update damage range, which is responsible for like looking for the player, and then it looks for the closest range. Okay, so we're gonna wanna stop here, but not yet. That's the biggest issue. Oh wait, there's another breakpoint. I don't want you here. Okay, I just need to play the best Astortion of my life, I guess. Immediately chokes. Okay, that was close. I bounced off of the corner. Okay, hold on. Hold on, I made this game. I forgot about that little aspect. Okay, that's easier. So now let's go in here and see if we actually, if something is happening here. No, nothing. Okay. Oh, never mind. I need to step the system. Okay, now we enter this. Now we can see what's going on. You're supposed to be good at your own game, shaking my head. That's not true. That is absolutely not true. I've already been beaten, excuse me, not beaten by my patrons at speedrunning the game. I'm not even the fastest at my own game. It's over. It's a wrap. Okay, we're gonna go through all of the curve ranges. You know what the problem is? The problem is that there are multiple curve ranges. The whole refactor and chill stream has turned into a debug and stress stream. What do you mean? That's like the chillest thing you can do. You know, hold on. Okay, change of plans. Because it's gonna be a nightmare to debug this way, to like step through this, because it's gonna iterate over every single possible curve in the level. Because it iterates over them, and then it does the AABB early out somewhere. Here, I guess it is. No. Does it not do early out? Oh, it does it, but it does it later. Okay. I guess we can test this out. Hold on. Let's go back. But this time we're gonna stop here so that we know we're analyzing a curve that's like close to us, which does happen. Where's the nearest? I'm blind, I think. Oh, here it is. So distance squared is like 148. The closest distance is 169, which is a square root, not a square root, as a... How do you say that? I like the nomenclature. It's 13 raised to the second power. I don't know how to say it quicker. Okay, so we do enter in here. So where's the problem? Why are we not dying? We get some tangents, whatever. Wait, what was that? Oh, the normal. Oh my god, the normal. Okay, I see the problem now. You'd say 13 squared. Okay, that's true. I don't know why it left my head. That is true. Because I was thinking about the square root and I was like, no, that's the inverse of that. Okay, so the problem is that we also verify the normal. That's a bummer. I need some drawing software. Hold on. I'm gonna take a drink, take a sip of my coffee. It happens to me all the time when you know what to say but don't know how to say it. Yeah, that's way too common. Much more common than it should be. So I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't actually remember why we're checking for the normal in here. There was a reason, and I kind of remember it. It has to do with like the endings of walkables, right? So if we have like a walkable that like ends in here, there is this specific situation where like the player is here. And then what? And the normal was meant to like verify if the player is actually like on this side. But I don't remember why. I remember doing it. I don't remember why we did that. It was to fix something. Should have added a comment. Can we blame this? Oh gee, I wonder who wrote this code. Generic curve ranges. Okay, that's not gonna help us. I think I know. I think this has to do with like a really specific case where the walkable is on the wall. Oh yeah, it's all coming back. The walkable is not on the wall, on like the floor. And then you have this specific situation where like you can fall next to it here, like there. And so what's gonna happen is the walkable is gonna detect you because you are within the distance, but you're on the wrong side. Like it should only attract you if you're like here, right? So this would do this weird thing when you like fall next to it that would like cause you to slow down, which was kind of weird. And now what's happening in the game is that we have the damage area, which uses sort of the same logic, and the damage area is like, oh, so you're on the wrong side, because it probably uses like one of these normals, while the player is like here. The person who wrote generic curve ranges should get fired immediately. SMH my head. Yeah, I'll get on that. There will be repercussions. I guess we could just like not check for that. I don't know, because it's really specific. It will only happen like if the walkable ends, like the problem that it's trying to fix. Because we had that in like the test level, not in the playtest level. We had like this exact setup. But there is no setup like that anywhere else in the playtest. Or maybe we should use something smaller. Like maybe we should allow for up to like 45 degrees. Or you know what would be like the best fix? It would be to just like take this, right? Do like a little extraction in here. And make these corners rounded. And that would fix the issue. But yeah, it would be nice to have like a more generic, robust way of fixing it. Don't fix the issue. Yeah, just fix the level. It is though, I'm pretty sure that is how like a lot of games operate. Where there's like certain conditions that needs to be accounted for when designing a level. It's like, oh, you just cannot have that in your level design because like the player controller doesn't support this or something. 0.9. How to calculate a dot product? This is gonna be inverse cosine, isn't it? Let's try doing something like 60 degrees and see where it takes us. What is no, wait. Yeah, so that's just gonna be cosine. We need cosine of 60 degrees, whatever that is. Can I get this in radians, pretty please? .5, that does make sense. It does sound like that would be true. Let's see. Okay, that looks good. But I'm not landing right on the corner. Yeah, no, it seems to be working just fine. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. Let's see if we maybe have something like that somewhere. Oh, we could try to replicate it in here. Because that's gonna be the exact same issue. Yeah, we can just take this and move it like over here. And now I'm gonna try to fall down next to it. Okay, that is a problem. It still doesn't work. 60 degrees is a bit too much. Oh no, it's just, okay, it's detecting it a bit too close to the edge, I guess. I guess we just shouldn't have them right on the corner. That's always a bad idea. Okay, and now it works. Let's go there one more time, just to make sure. Yep. Sounds good to me. Let's see some other parts of the world. See, it does this thing here where it sort of like pushes us back. Love your workflow setup. Looks very easy to change and observe what's going on. Thank you so much. Yeah, that is the case. There are some ways to like improve it still, but I'm pretty happy with it. If you could choose a game to live in forever, what game would it be? I'm not mentally equipped for questions like that right now. I've never thought about this. Oh, and now it doesn't do it. Oh no, it does do it. Maybe we could just disable it specifically for damage walls and not the walkable walls. Because damage walls, you kind of don't care. You hit them, you die. Alright, I'm off. If I don't sleep now, then I'll fail my exam tomorrow. Yeah, better go to sleep then. Have a great night and good luck on your exam. So this bothers me. Let me see how it worked before. It worked pretty well, I'm sure. Yeah, I can just stand in here. Okay, I'm just gonna have this max angle variable in here and use it in here. This is free run, okay. Maybe you move the endpoint slightly off the corner. We could do that technically. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Round or chamfer the corners as the chip walk around. Yeah, yes, that's true. I was joking about this a few minutes ago. Yeah, it still does this thing with like pushing us back. So we could make it even lower. And then it doesn't do that. I guess this may be a good fix. Let's try something else, because there's another issue that's actually kind of related, and I wonder. Just gonna set some ridiculous time step for physics processing. Probably up the corner instead of off it, so it's slightly around the corner. No, because you use that to jump into the thing, you know? If this was like here, you wouldn't be able to like launch yourself off of the wall. Okay, interestingly, no, it doesn't fix it. Okay, we're gonna need to figure this out as well. Because when the time step is like too high, we sometimes stick to the surface. Oh, like this. I didn't go as high as I should have. and that's just because the physics time step is too small. It's just too good, actually. Like the physics is too good at integrating what's happening that it manages to like stick the player into the wall. I was wondering if this would fix it, but it's not the case. Yeah, I guess we're gonna leave this as a fix, just moving it slightly off the corner. It is interesting that nobody noticed that. People found also all sorts of different bugs, but it seems like this would be really easy to find, the getting stuck at the corner situation. Yeah, okay, we get killed in here. And this works just fine. We can reach the circle. Okay. I'm gonna have to redesign this level a little bit anyway, because we're gonna be introducing jumping in the next playtest. So this will probably require some change. If I don't run out of time before the next playtest, because it's due for the end of this week. What have we done? Oh yeah, we updated the anchor, but that's not everything. There's more. Check availability. There are other systems like that. If it happens often on high accuracy physics, does this mean it will happen annoyingly randomly on normal tick rate? Well, it never happened to me on normal tick rate, like at all. And I played this level a lot, so I guess it's not possible for one reason or another. I feel like a sticky wall ending at a sharp point could be treated as a special case in the code to make it behave predictably. That's not what causes the issue in physics. It's the ground snapping logic. So it has nothing to do with the wall being on a different angle. It's fixable. I just haven't had the time to go through it. So here's the check availability for the anchor. Okay, that's the one that we already taken care of. I guess we can copy this portion. Let's go to the cube. Does it require a player? It does. I wonder if there's a way to generalize this a little bit, maybe. Oh wait, we can make it better. Hold on. Player state, player gets single. How about we do this? Player gets single map. Filter? Is there a filter on an option? Hold on. I don't think there is. Yeah, one thing at a time. Just throwing ideas and seeing if anything sticks. Sure thing, sure thing. There is, I think. There should be, right? It feels like there should be. It's not an option though, it's an error. So maybe that's a problem. Maybe it's not an error. Yeah, there's a filter on an option. Let's see if it's actually gonna be, you know, shorter. Then we only take the not dead state. And then we map this. It's player dot translation. Oh, hold on, that's a little mistake. Translation. And then here we would need to do player dot map position. Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna be simpler. Position dot distance and then lower than this, unwrap or default. And that would give us the exact same logic. You surely can encode the not dead constraint in the query type, right? No, because the state is an enum. You cannot, an enum variant is not a type, so you cannot have it in your query. I guess we could introduce a tag like this. But I don't like the idea of like conditionally adding and removing components. Queries have the second type parameter though, and you can implement a query filter trait on a non-dead unit struct. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We could have a system that's gonna, you know, add or remove a component based on the state and then use it here. But then like each time we change the state, we're gonna copy the entire player to a different archetype table. Or I guess maybe the stack could not be stored in the archetype table, but in this other, I guess we could do that. How do you do that? Is it like storage or something like that? Hold on, I need to remind myself of how you do that. That wouldn't be a tag component, but a query filter implementation that discards certain entities. Ooh, I never implemented a custom query filter. That's interesting. So, okay. That's unsafe. What are you suggesting here? Not saying this is a good thing to do by any means. I haven't actually used Bevy since a few versions back. We shall get into it soonish, but I'm not super up to date. I see. It is it definitely opens the door to a lot of possibilities. I haven't even considered that you can implement your own query filter. Okay, is there a documentation for that? There is. Filter disjunction operator. Okay. Implementing the trait manually can allow for a fundamentally new type of behavior. Query design can be easily structured by deriving query filter for custom types. Despite the added complexity, this approach has several advantages over using query filter tuples. The most relevant improvements are reusability across multiple systems. Filters can be composed together to create a more complex filter. This trait can only be derived for structs if each field also implements query filter. Okay, so you can derive it to sort of reuse it. What if I want to implement it myself though? Oh, but you know what the problem would be though? I get the table row in here, I guess. Because I would need to access that specific component and sort of assume that it is within that row. No, hold on. That's a bad idea. I mean, it's not a bad idea, but we don't want to run this system. Oh no, okay, I get you. Okay, so then this would be with player. It would be something like this, right? With player alive. And then we wouldn't need this whole thing. But we would still need this in here. That wouldn't go away, right? Because the filter cannot like define additional. Additional stuff. It probably shouldn't be able to access things that are not defined in the query in here. It totally can see with. Oh, okay. You are right. That's a word query. Where's filter though? Your filter can also imply with player state. Hold on, I'm trying to understand this because it just returns true in here. Filter is also a query. In this case, query part does all work and filtering is effectively always pass. Okay, and I kind of get what you're saying. The question is like, do we need to manually implement this, or can we like derive it? I know the answer to that. Because also another thing that we could do, and that could be a bit simpler, would be to implement a custom system parameter that would be like generic over the components that it extracts. And then the way this would look like would be something like, you know, player. And then here we could do like player alive, and then map our actual query. Right, and the alive would be just an implementation of a method on the player system param. With quick googling, I found Bevy enum filter crate. Seems like what you want in this case. Deriving enum filter generates a module containing a marker struct per variant. The module is named using the enum's name, followed by filters. For example, when we then register our enum using add enum filter, we are adding a system that watches for changes, additions, mutations related to an enum component. The system will then add or remove the appropriate marker struct whenever there is a change. Yes, I could implement that. So this is what I wanted to do initially. Kind of similar to that, I guess. Yeah, I think that's gonna be like the easiest. I just need to know, because I don't want this components to be stored in the archetype table. I want it to be stored in this other type of storage. In a sparse set, I guess. Because I want it to be just like a marker. I think markers, ZST components are not influencing the archetypes. It's effectively stored as a bunch of flags, I think. Ooh, crazy if true. What does ZST stand for? Is this like a Rust name? Zero size type. Okay, I see. I'm new to Rust, by the way. Just wanted to explain myself. Hold on. I just want to look something up. Component for enemies that currently see the player every frame. Add remove to entities based on visibility. Use sparse storage due to frequent add remove. See, like they. Oh, I mean, I guess it's a bit outdated. But they do change the storage for an empty struct as well. This is such a no problem, by the way, because like it's not it's not like it's gonna cause any noticeable performance issues. Yeah, let's just implement it for now. Make it first, then make it good, as somebody said on the live stream last time. Yeah, I'll check the source if it has a special case. Sure thing. Okay, we are registering the state in here. But where's flashing then? Oh, here it is. We flash the states in fixed first. Yeah, so that's perfect. And then we could just add our synchronization as a chain in here. Update state markers, I guess we can call it. Commands and then eState player. Oh, and entity. No, what are you doing? I wanted to fill the missing arms. Oh, I guess it's state.get. So this is gonna be dead. Is there like a toggle component? That would be cool. Commands. There is no toggle. Flip. No. I feel like that's really useful. At least I happen to do that a few times. Where I have like a Boolean value and I just want to either add or remove the component based on that value. Commands entity, remove alive. Okay, this would update the state markers that we're gonna be using, which right now is just alive. I don't know if you're ever gonna need anything else. Put it here. By the way, I used to be a short-time dev in Bevy in the past. The derive component thing is sort of my fault, but I'm mostly out of the loop nowadays. What do you mean fault? Is there something wrong with the derive component? I thought. You probably can query only changed player. Oh, that's a good point. True. Wait, that needs to be a filter, right? With player, with alive. Technically, we don't really need the with player in here, because it's like player state is only ever gonna be on the player. Yeah, now we only have the transform. Don't need to worry about that. No, it is pretty important to have component derives. Bevy used to allow any arbitrary struct to be a component, but that ended up causing a lot of type confusion with how we use generics all over the place. It was, for example, possible to insert a bundle as a component unintentionally. Oh, okay. What's the problem in here? You could clone the value and consume it. What? Hold on. Use of moved value player. What consumes the value? Does map consume the value? Oh yeah, it takes self. Okay. If you're interested in historical trivia, here's the RFC from me. Require derive components for component types. That's like 27th pull request. I mean, not pull request. Oh yeah, it is a pull request. Pretty early on. Fascinating. Okay, as reference. Yeah, I guess this is manageable. I don't think it's like too much in terms of the additional like complexity. Okay, so that's the anchor. Now this is the cube. You can probably mostly just steal the same code. Actually, hold on. Is it any different than this? Aside from the distance, which is like 16. And the name being different, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, maybe there's some common system in here that could be extracted, but let's not overgeneralize for now. It's an RFC though. Oh, okay, I didn't notice that. Separate repo. Let's see one of the first accepted RFCs. So Bevy itself internally doesn't change storage type for its own marker components. interesting. Okay, we have the player and the groups. Get single. Does get single do any like actual work? Yeah, I guess it kind of does. It's gonna get the player in here. Man, there's a lot of logic going on here. If I add the player checking, it's gonna get even worse. Let's see. Fastener intersects OBB. Can do this in view. Oh wait, hold on. That needs to be an OK. Player translation truncate. Okay, that's else. False. That's the groups. And this is no longer necessary. Okay, so that's for the hooks. Yeah, and ain't gonna be any prettier, I guess. With alive. Okay, we're going back to simpler logic. Player's reference position, distance, transform translation less than 12, unwrap for default, okay. What would be the last thing? Probably this. The terminal. I really struggle with typing today. Else, that's just gonna be false. Does this make sense? Let. Okay, alive. Okay, this should fix all of them. Let's see if this compiles, and more importantly, if it actually works. Okay, back to testing. Okay, this works. Let's go see some other things, like the hooks. I don't even know how that could happen. You would need to like die here. Oh, no. Okay, I didn't want to reset. We come back there. I would need to die while in the view of a hook. And then start holding shift. Like this. Yeah, but it seems to be working because we fixed that. I can see that the hook already becomes not invisible, but like inactive when I die. Okay. Okay, marker components are actually influencing table rows and archetypes, but they correctly don't store any data and effectively don't allocate any buffers for their own column in the table. In short, you probably shouldn't worry about it and use defaults until you can actually measure a performance problem. I mean, yeah, that's always true. I'm just wondering about these things for fun, right? You are exactly right. It's more about just like, you know, figuring out if I understand the system. Because like what I would worry about is not really the components allocating data, but rather removing and adding a component to an entity, causing the entire entity to be copied to a different archetype table, right? Because then the ID of the archetype changes, and you need to move like the entire entity and all of the components to a different table. From like my very rudimental understanding of ECS. It seems like that's what it would be doing. And then if you have like a component that constantly is added and removed, which I guess, you know, a marker for like being dead, I don't think it's gonna be added and removed that often anyway. I will revert this though, because we don't want to modify the playtest in any way. Not yet. Yes, and it's fine. This allows your queries to then be very fast, because a query can just look up specific tables and return them. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Of course, I know that. I understand this. It's like insertion time, you know, sorting kind of thing, but for querying. I do understand that. I just mean that you need to transfer data from one table to another. You need to like copy it. That's the operation that I'm worried about. Because usually when we like instantiate the entities at the beginning of the game, right? They land in the proper archetype table and they just sit there for the rest of the game, usually, in like a perfect world, right? Because I think this article is still very true, right? About like the different approaches, where it's like, oh, you want a sparse set when you oftentimes add and remove a component, and then you want to use the normal table when it's just like a piece of the entity that's gonna be with it forever. Okay, this is looking good. Where is this bug? It was somewhere in here. Oh, here it is. Interaction after death, yeah. So another issue is invisible player glitch, which happens sometimes. Not necessarily easy to reproduce. I think sparse sets are rarely actually faster though. It is an extra indirection. Yeah, but when the struct has no data, would you actually need to like dereference it? I don't know how this would work actually. Yeah, but it's like you said, right? It comes down to like actually measuring the performance and comparing it. There is an issue here, which happens sometimes. This is what we're working on right now. You can like die, but then I guess transition to another state and somehow survive the death. And it usually happens when you like fall here and like hit this death zone, but then teleport using this hook. I don't know if it's possible to recreate that though. Okay, now I died. Sparset is a hash map from entity index to data. You still have to look up the hash map, even if your value type is a unit. So this is effectively a hash set. But then it is one indirection less, right? Because a hash map then doesn't store the data, right? It stores a pointer to the data that you then need to dereference, right? I know. I'm actually like out of my depth about this. Okay, now I'm holding shift and I'm gonna go to the next frame and see what's gonna happen. No, I still die. And queries that involve any components with sparsets do need to scan through all returned entities and check if the component is in there. Oh yeah, but then, you know, it is kind of like the same thing that we've been doing, right? It would end up being the same thing as just accessing the state and comparing it manually. I'm using too many buttons. It's difficult to, okay. How did they do that? Playtesters, dude, like that's crazy. And it happened to like 2 people. I guess we can just guess the solution. I don't know. It also, okay, worst case scenario, this has to do with like the system execution order, or the order of execution of the systems, and then we just out of luck because it ends up randomly running them in a correct order. Kinda is. It is like a filter you do yourself afterwards, except now it involves a hash lookup. Invariant check is faster. Yeah, but that's the more verbose version, right? Okay, is there a dev state? There is. See, yeah, so this is what happens. We enter the dev state and we disable the visibility, and then somehow the player returns from the dead state before this has a chance to like happen, because there's a little timer that sort of waits to respawn the player. And maybe that's an AB problem. Maybe it should be the other way around. Maybe I should despawn the player immediately instead of hiding him. Hiding it. And then have the spawn system wait. That should be more robust. Okay, so let's see what's gonna happen if we do that immediately. How will dev look like in this situation? Yes, instant. Man, but I like this approach because the camera then nicely like smooths out its movement. And also, all state transitions are happening inside of the state machine itself. So there should be no way to transition while we're in a dead state. Why isn't it smooth now exactly? Because we destroyed the player immediately. And camera follows the player. So I believe hold on, where is it? Story camera targets, where is it being used? Oh, here. Yeah, if there is no target, it just returns and does nothing. But if the player remains in the same position, it like nicely ease out. But I'm thinking logically, how could this happen? We have the dead state that we just entered. But then the next frame we still teleport somehow. It's impossible. I keep thinking about this. This happens in fixed update. Okay, maybe that's the hint. States are flashed in fixed first. Prepare states, that's okay. And then we have this. And each and every single one of them checks the current state. Like it's not the free run that's responsible for transitioning to the hook state right here. It only runs if we are in the free run state. So there's no way for multiple of these systems to run at the same time. Where's the E state coming from? I'm not familiar with it. It's coming from me implementing my own state machine in the shared crate. Where is it? Here. And that's the E state. It's basically a state, but on an entity using an enum. And that's crazy. I know what happens. I don't know why or how exactly. And we always modify the next state. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm gonna think about this on my break because I keep on forgetting to take a break. It's been 3 hours already. I will be back in 10 minutes. Okay, I looked through the footage of this bug because fortunately one of the patrons was able to like record it. And so what seems to be happening is a bit different than what I thought or than what I remembered. There is a slight delay between pressing shift and like actually getting teleported to the hook, and the death happens after that. So we are entering the hook state as per usual, and then which lasts like 100 milliseconds or something like that, and then once it finishes, we die or we become invisible. So like here, while we are in this state, that's perfectly fine. And then we reach this point, we go back to free run. But we also die at the same time. Wait, what is this? Okay, that's crazy. I'm sorry. What? Where is it? General improvements. Yeah, I'm sure about that. Why is that's crazy? We are exiting this state, and then we just set next state to free run for some reason. Why would we do that? It's such a random line. Okay, but like that's it. I'm like I thought about this for the entire break. And like this has to be it. There is no other way around that. This would make so much sense. Because this is the exited state. So this is run. Here's the thing, we do this, we reach this point, we go to the free run, but then we die. So we are now in the death state, but we also left the hook state. So in the next update, despite the fact that we are already in the dead state, this was executed and switched us back to the free run state. Yeah, it makes too much sense to not be true. I don't have any way to verify that, but I trust myself. I don't think I should trust myself after that line of code, but I don't even know what was it doing here. I must have like copy pasted it by mistake or something. Well, that was fun. Smaller collider for the player. This is fun, and I do sort of want to start touching on that. We probably are not gonna add jumping in this live stream, but experimenting with the player collider size would be fun. Currently it's really rudimentarily just like a huge sphere encompassing the entire character, but it shouldn't be difficult to make it smaller. Okay, let's go to the player, and first and foremost, let's make this into a constant. So right now that's 12, and we just need to make sure that it's used everywhere, because I have a lot of hard code that's 12.0 everywhere. Probably should not be there. It needs to stay circle, right? Otherwise, wall interactions are going to be a nightmare. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But it should be smaller, right? That's what I'm thinking, because right now it's huge. And that's something that people complain about. It's really easy to like hit corners and stuff like that, especially since the character herself is not that big. And I have an idea for how to achieve a smaller collider, because that's something that I did in the Unity version as well. So we have the player or the character in here, and then we make the collider something like this, so that it aligns with the feet. And then when we are in the air, we set the sprite so that it's in the center. Right, so now the center is aligned, and here the feet are aligned, and it works pretty well. Especially since there is no combat, so the hitbox is not really that important, and this makes for a much smaller collider, which is like easier to navigate. You can also make the character more spherical. They did that in Super Mario Galaxy, right? To accommodate the like sphere-like collider. Yeah, but I feel like we can make it work. Even if you need a combat hitbox eventually, it doesn't have to match the one used for movement. That is a really good point as well, yeah. Player radius, okay, come here. Oh, this is another thing that we need to take care of. So there's quite a lot of direction correction, which is like, you know, when you go with the player uphill on like a walkable wall, you're expected to like hold your joystick in that direction. This is because you can walk on the ceiling and stuff. And, you know, there's a lot of dead zone that gets adjusted to this proper angle. But people playing on the keyboard, for some reason, despite the fact that I'm like, no, the game is for a gamepad, but some people play this on a keyboard, and they always say that it's kind of awkward on a WASD scheme. So I guess we can increase this correction and it should be a bit better. Anyway, that's a tangent. Where's the spawn player? Okay, and then I guess we can just look for any hard-coded. The portal, I guess we're not using this right now. Collectible can remain the same. Yeah, that should be player radius. When you're moving along a wall, could you simply pick one of the directions along the wall for movement? Yeah, that would represent like the 180 dead zone, right? If it would be like this, and then everything here is corrected to like right, and then everything here is corrected to left. I think so, but there are certain situations, like when you're interacting with an anchor, you can technically like point your joystick here because maybe that's how you want to go, but then the correction would like make it go here, right? I don't know. But yeah, I'm thinking, because for the keyboard that's kind of a no-brainer, right? Just make it so that the entire half is here. But because with the keyboard you don't really have any nuance in the direction. Draw hook, offset position target. Yeah, that should be probably the radius as well, maybe. The correction would only apply strictly when glued to a wall. Oh yeah, but people complain about the anchors as well. Anchors are kind of the worst offender when it comes to the keyboard. What is this? Check availability. Distance 12 on a launchpad. We're gonna leave this actually. We may want to increase it because that's another thing. People struggled a lot with using launchpads because they really right now a launchpad is like a point in space and the player's collider needs to intersect with that circle. And people absolutely hated it. I mean, not hated, but it was really difficult for people to learn how to use that. So yeah, we may want to increase this. What is this? Draw launchpad. Yeah, that should also be probably player radius. We'll see. And this can stay as 24 for now. Draw player, that's for sure player radius. Spawn parser, yeah, that's also player radius in here. Teleport, I guess. Terminal also this. That's interesting. Hold on. Invalid collider component for entity. Spline collider ball. Who's using that? And what for? Oh, the circle trigger. Okay. Yeah, I guess it can stay as 12. That's probably just something to be there when, because that's an error. In gizmos, the end had a scaling of 32. That should probably also depend on player radius. That's just the arrow length, you know. So the arrow is gonna be a little bit bigger, but that's okay. Because it's gonna be, you know, previously the arrow was like this, and now it's gonna be also like this, right? So the length is gonna be the same, but it's gonna be adjusted properly for the radius. I guess I could change that though. That is a fair point. That's just some SVGs in here. Free run, okay. Yeah, this is also the radius. snap distance, that's separate. Can stay like this for now. This also player radius. What is this? Portals? We're not using them anyway. And that's the radius of the portal, not the player, so that's okay. Okay, let's see if this compiles and works. I thought you would prefer to preserve the arrow length, but that sounds fine too. Yeah, it's just like, you know, programmer's art anyway. Okay, the project is building much faster, by the way, than before the refactor. I'm actually surprised by that, because we changed a lot of things in like the common crate as well. That's interesting. Can we play the game? We can. Seems to be working. And hit things. Let's just go try interacting with something. Like a terminal. Yeah, okay. Looks fine. Time to change the constant and see how much things are weird. Yeah, that's true. That is true. So I'm thinking, let's start with 8. See where it goes. Trojan Mango, hey, hello. Welcome to the live stream. Okay. It's playing. Oh my god, it's it's messing up. It's messing with my head. The new collider. Oh, okay, there's a problem with the walkable, not walkable walls. The distance from this thing is a bit too big. Like here, I should not have died so soon. Do you think I could find someone who would want to build a crypto exchange scrapper in Rust with me? I could do the latency measuring part, or do I have to do everything on my own for measuring latency? I'm measuring latency as distribution during different market conditions. Brother, what are you doing in this live stream? Is this really, you know, relevant to like anything? Why would you ask here? Like, what's gonna bot? You say, oh, that's interesting. Rust syntax, I get. Okay, that is a really fair point. Hold on, where are they? Okay, there they go. I didn't know there are bots on like Twitch. I guess there are bots everywhere nowadays. One tango down. Oh, plenty. Okay. What were you doing? Oh, okay. Testing the collider. Seems pretty good. aside from the fact that like it's really difficult for me, and maybe, oh my god, that's gonna be an issue, isn't it? It's a bit difficult for me to like get used to the fact that I don't have a visual indication of when I'm interacting with these things. But then in the final game, there's gonna be no circle at all, right? People will need to go off of the player sprite, which may be a problem. But we'll see. Okay, so, oh, this works. I was about to say that this is not gonna work, but it does. That's interesting. But yeah, that's because of the snapping distance. The snapping distance is really, really huge right now. We can probably reduce it a little bit. What would be the fastest way to adjust the sprite to match the feet now? Oh, just go to the animator and do that. That would be the fastest way. Here we are. We just need to, because the sprite is already a separate entity that's parented to the collider, so that's all we need to do. This is where we adjust the rotation, so we just need to adjust the translation. It's gonna be like Y, and then if physics, do we have physics, is on ground, that's gonna be, you know, something like 4. Otherwise it's gonna be 0. And that should be it. I think the snapping distance will be actually correct since the head will extend above the collider. True, but also the previous collider was much bigger. Oh yeah, that's actually perfect. Oh, that was not perfect. What happened here? Oh, okay, hold on. We need to, that's not gonna be Y. We need to rotate a vector somehow. Oh, that's actually easy. That's gonna be physics.app times this. Extend. Never mind, we don't need to do any fancy mathematics, we already have the app vector. Yep. Even like the transition between like hitting the ground is really smooth right now. I guess we can get away with a lot of things because of the low frame rate of the animation. That's pretty good, like already. Something is happening here. Oh wait, because I reset the, that's okay. I reset the Blender file, so I'm gonna have to adjust that later. So now the triangles are sort of too high. We're gonna need to adjust for that as well. Looks really good. Can you try without the circle? Also can also add one more animation frame for ground impact if it becomes a problem. Oh yeah, there's like, that's for sure. There's like much more animations needed. Yeah, without the circle. That's like the first time ever, I think, this game is gonna run without the collider being drawn. It's been there. It's been there since like day one. Turns out the game is like unplayable. What happened here? Okay. I feel like the distance from the terminals could be bigger. It is still the same, but I think it could be bigger. Looks really smooth. It is looking. It is feeling smooth as well, I guess. We definitely need some better animations for like being in the air and sliding. Sliding especially is the worst offender right now. I guess I'm gonna just leave it like that for now. There's a little jittery thingy happening at the edges. But that's a well-known bug, actually. I have it noted here. I've been postponing this since like forever. One day I'm gonna take care of it. Okay. So it's a smaller collider done. Oh, that was quick. That's my impeccable character controller. What can I say? Yeah, see, like here, I missed this button like 3 times trying to hit it. The E is also in a weird place there. No, it's by design. Because there's not a lot of space above E. It would sort of collide. Like I can move it. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. Blender. Why is Blender not open? Because I closed it, I guess. Like I could move it like here. Right, but it is kind of tight. Maybe like here. I know, I just like I just put it here because I like the way it looks here. Like I don't know. I thought it is part of the terminal object. It's a child of a terminal object. Above and close looked better. Well, I'm gonna be restructuring this portion anyway because I think the hooks are gonna go. Because I don't like them too much. You might just need to extend the radius. Yeah, like that's what I think as well. Oh, let's see if changing this is gonna fix that weird little animation thing. No, what is happening here? Oh, I cannot step through the animator for some reason. It doesn't pause. It just keeps running in place. Oh well, that's just a little animation bug. I wonder why that is though. It is peculiar. Well, when is the animator running? In post update, I guess post update is not in the stepping configuration. It is not. See, because I want to see what exactly is happening there, because it looks weird. There's something. Oh yeah, like this. Hold on, let's try to replicate that. So this is normal because now we no longer touch the ground. Oh, and then the gravity orientation changes. Okay. And then we go to the floating animation. Yeah, okay, that's gonna just need some polish. Why did the floor disappear? I'm assuming stepping does something. Oh, I know why. I can tell you why. I can tell you exactly why. See, Velo runs in post update the rendering, but resetting the scene happens in first, which is not in the stepping configuration, so it keeps resetting the scene. I wonder if just adding this to the stepping configuration would fix it. I don't think it's gonna be that easy, but if it magically starts working, that would be crazy. Wait, no, I'm stupid. The floor is not rendered using Velo. So I don't know, it's just that the gizmo disappears. Okay, now it just crashed. Let's not do that. So I'm assuming it's the same thing, but with the gizmos. Like, one of the schedules is in the stepping configuration and the other is not. And that's why the floor disappears. Not a biggie. Okay, smaller collider could be fun. No, let's leave it here. Hold on. I don't want to get rid of that. Because I want to have the ability to draw the radius. Whatever. We don't need it. We don't need it because we have the rapier debug thingy enabled in like the DevTools, so that should be enough. Yeah, we can see the collider when necessary. The thing is, we could go even smaller, but I don't think there's a point in that. Because my main concern, the main reason for changing the player radius is for things like sliding and hitting a wall to sort of look better. Like here, right? I can walk up much closer to this wall than I could have previously. And same goes when I'm sliding down, although I don't think I have any good examples of like slippery slopes in here. Let's see if we can make one. Yeah, now it's the character is much closer to the wall. It seemed like a pretty good fit. Yeah, I agree. Also, things like moving close to a wall can be filled with extra sprites. Pushing the wall with hand state. I was thinking about this too. Like you can, at the end of the day, we can do what we've just done. We can just like move the sprite, right? Leave the collider in place and move the sprite. But yeah, what I'm sort of trying to say is also things like, you know, when you're in the air and like you fly next to an edge, right? Stuff like that. So I'm thinking like exclusively about the movement. Like when you need to do like a tight thing here, having a big collider with the with a circle is not really, you would just bounce off of it randomly without understanding why. But now the player like moves much closer to the environment. You could try going lower and checking the feel, I guess. That is true. But I feel like at some point it would be ridiculous. It would be like too ridiculous when it comes to the size. Okay, that's 4, but we also need to adjust the animator. Oh, we could probably adjust it automatically as well. So it wouldn't be 4. What would that be? That would be 12 minus player radius. I love those animations on the UI. How did you make that? I coded them with my own hands. I'm gonna talk about this in a moment. Yeah, I don't like that because like here we're passing through the ceiling and stuff. I think that's way too small. It is correct on like when it comes to the width, but it's not correct when it comes to the height. And the transition is a bit jarring now. Yeah, stuff like this. No, 8 is perfect. We just nailed it the first time. Sometimes it happens. Could add another sphere for the head. I don't know how that would fix anything. How would that be? How would that not be a problem with like rotating it? How about 7? No, 8 is perfect. Yeah, now we sort of like hit hit the ceiling. But I guess we can sort of experiment. We'll see like later, once we have some better airborne animations, we can see how it goes. So when it comes to the animations with the UI, I did a thing that's called like hard coding literally everything. I realized that here's the thing, because this is low-key genius. Okay, you can make a resource referencing like all of the entities that you have, and then you can just like pre-allocate the ID for them in the from world implementation, right? So then what happens is when I spawn the UI at the beginning of the game, I'm just using like entity and then like inserting the stuff and whatever. And then I have the reference to that entity that's like valid forever because it's the menu. Like the menu is always there. It's not like I'm gonna despawn the menu. Why would I do that, right? So thanks to that, I can like rudimentary access any part of the interface that I want. And then, you know, it's just a matter of animations. So here I animate the settings. I have a little spring. Hold on, I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. When it comes to like this transition, right, from the settings to the button, I have a little spring for that. When we are in the menu state, it's 0. When we are in the settings, it's 1. And then I'm just using it to tween, positions and sizes, right? Here, like I'm tweening the positions of the settings container and then the position of the settings button, and then I do the same thing for sizes. And it's pretty straightforward. Once you can do this, where I can just like get the element and like unwrap it and not care about it because this will always exist. If I had to make it like generic, I don't think it would be possible. Maybe it would be possible. It would be really difficult to do. Also, I don't know if I told you that, but I added this rounded thingies here. When I switch between the tabs, they like morph together. Because we had that on the initial mockup, right? But it wasn't there in the implementation, in the initial implementation. So now it's here. It looks pretty smooth, if I do say so myself. Head collision sphere would only cause an animation switch to a head bonk state. Oh, okay. I guess. Okay, so that's fun. We actually did a lot of work for the playtest, which I've been postponing for the past week. It's always issues like that where you don't want to get to them, and then once you get to them, it's like an hour of work and you're done. Experiment with world physics scale. That I'm gonna do it in my own time because that's gonna require some like changes in the design of the level. Add jumping. There's a lot of uncertainties in here. Because I don't know how I would even implement that. Because there is this like question of what's gonna happen if we have a walkable wall like this, right? And then you like jump here. Because normally if I were to add a jumping mechanic to the game, it would definitely follow like the you know, arcade kind of way where you hold the button, you go up, and then you start falling down, and you don't have this like parabola caused by gravity, but it's much more snappier. Maybe even like you go up and then you go down much faster, right? Obviously, maybe, you know, not exactly in the straight line. It would be a little bit smoothed out, right? But the general idea. But the problem with this is that if you hold the button here, you will eventually become out of reach of this walkable wall. And then what should happen? Should you like continue sort of jumping in the direction of the gravity that you initially was in? Or should it just work completely different? If you jump on a walkable wall, you just sort of unstick from it, and that's it. There is no jumping like that on a walkable wall. I think that would be interesting. Could you show a little bit how you differentiate between object types when importing from Blender? Like, how does a wall know if it's a wall? I can show you that. But I will have a full-blown video on my main channel about this in a few weeks. So I think I would expect it to work like a wall jump, if that makes sense. Yeah, but what if you run on the ceiling? That is true, right? Like if it's something like this, and you like go here and then you jump, yeah, that's a wall jump. That's for sure. That's a certified wall jump moment. But when you're on a ceiling, it's like, I don't know. We're gonna experiment with that. Okay. So you basically jump from the ceiling. Yeah, but then like you accelerate downwards, right? That's what I'm wondering about. We're gonna have to figure this out. I'm thinking, like, I do understand what you mean, and I think it's a good idea. Like, I do understand how it would feel from the perspective of the player. My head is like in the implementation space, how I would implement that, right? That's what I'm sort of thinking about. Blender. How do I import things from Blender? So I have a custom asset processor, which is this new thing from Bevy 0.12. This custom asset processor runs a headless Blender in the background. When I save the file, it detects the change, it loads it in the headless Blender, and it exports it as GLTF using custom properties. So my spline here has a terrain property, and then if we go to the terrain, I'm attaching a little parser system. This will run in a separate ECS world that is only created during asset processing, so it doesn't happen at runtime when the game is run. And it basically checks like, oh, is the terrain in the GLTF extras? If so, we instantiate all of the components that we want. Right, and then here, for example, I check for the mask property, which instantiates a mask. This was the initial implementation, and then we thought about it a little more, and we figured out, oh, you know what we could do? We could make it so that it detects the prefix or the suffix, the prefix of the name, so we can have like generic bundles, right? So for example, we can define that an anchor like this. This is an old version, but we can say that, oh, hold on, you can see that. We can say that if the anchor starts with like the name anchor and then there's dot, we want to apply this bundle. And this can accept any bundle that can be like, you know, reflected and serialized. My first intuition would be that holding the button would continue to add some momentum in the direction of original jump until some max time is reached, or you collide with anything. Can see object names due to chat. Yeah, I fix that. Yeah, I think it would have to work like this. Well, I don't know your code, but I would go about it something like a normal jump, where you make the jump work as normal jump, with the jump being a push in a direction of the surface normal, and then go into the falling state. That way it would work on a ceiling too. You would push in a direction of the surface normal, and then after the push, force distance or whatever it would be, go into the falling state. My bad for the book I just posted. No worries. The problem here is with the falling state, because what is this falling state? That should be just the free run state. And that's the problem, because we sort of operate on normal gravity with our mechanics, and then jump requires an unusual gravity when falling to make it feel good. Right? That's sort of the problem. So maybe I may not be able to implement like an arcadey feeling jumping after all. It may need to be a parabola. Sort of like when I do this, right? That's like a physics-based jump. And you can see like it takes a while for the character to start falling down. Nothing that we couldn't figure out though. I'm so good at explaining. Yeah, but what is the state when you are falling? Yeah, it's a free run state. It's the default state in which you are affected by gravity in a Newtonian way, right? Which is different from an arcadey jumping mechanic. That's what I'm getting at. Oh, we don't stick to the wall in here. Probably could use a fix. Let's see if we can fix that. Yeah, okay. A bit of a tighter corridor. The arcadey jump can usually be implemented by adding some fake acceleration to the mix over time to counteract the gravity. That is true. But then you have like a boost down kind of thing, which I feel like could be exploited weirdly. Because then, you know, what if, for example, what if I'm like on a circle like this, right? I'm being accelerated towards the center, and then I run here, and then I jump, which technically assumes that this is the direction of my jump, and then I, you know, use my air momentum to like go here, and then I press space, and then I'm getting accelerated in this direction, despite the fact that the gravity is now here. I guess we could like account for the gravity constantly. You know what? We should we should probably stop theorizing and just implement it. that would pretty quickly give us an answer. No, you need a whole GDD for this shit. Yeah, let me pull out my Google Doc. How long have I been live? 4 hours, 37 minutes. I guess we can implement jumping. How long could it take? Famous last words. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break. 6 minutes and I'm back, and we're gonna try to implement jumping and see where it goes. Hold on. Have we changed something? We've changed a lot. What were we doing? Oh, it's the smaller player collider. Okay. Alright, alright. At least 3 seconds, yeah. Okay, 6 minutes. Okay. I made myself some tea. So clearly jumping is gonna be like a substate, I wanna say, because we don't want this to be like a separate state next to free run, because free run is doing way too many things right now, and I don't feel like thinking about it too much. So we have player state. We already have like player holdable state, so we can probably have like player jump state. Do we even need like a jump state? We probably need some timers for how long we can hold space. We need some form of a counter that resets when we are on the ground and then gets taken away when we jump. Oh, let me see. That's player state. Where's player controller? And that's a chunker as well. Could be probably split into multiple things. Let's call it jump timer, and then let's just say can jump for now. It's whatever. Do we need can jump? Isn't it just like if we are on the ground we can jump, if we are not we cannot jump? I think it's that simple. Jump direction? No, we're gonna use gravity, I think. Oh wait, we cannot use gravity. You're right, I forgot about that. Okay, probably some input for that would be awesome. Although we can use the space bar. No, let's make a separate controller for not controller, separate action for that. Where's my player state or input state? We should probably split this into multiple files. Here you are. Okay. How am I gonna explain this to people? I made an entire video about how there's no jumping in Astortion. It's the biggest issue with being a YouTuber, I guess. Oh yeah, you did make that video. Shh, nobody needs to know. We can all forget about it. I'd like to say that this was in the era of like doing whatever and not really caring about the game that much. That's my excuse. Okay, let's go here. State jump. It's gonna be space. And then here what is it gonna be? Of course it's gonna be south, right? What are your opinions, guys? What is the jump button on a gamepad? It's gotta be A. Maybe X, if there is a good reason for it to not be A. I mean, after engine switch, nothing is forbidden. That is true. This is how I made the world's best accessibility feature for a game. I do not understand that. What are you referring to? You mean like enabling jumping is an accessibility feature? I don't get the message. Oh, the joke I made like 3 days ago about jumping being an accessibility feature. Okay, I kind of remembered that somehow, somewhat. Okay, hold on. Is there any situation when we don't want to jump? Probably when in a funnel. But then again, in a funnel, we are not on the ground anyway. Okay, so let's process the normal like gravity, and then we're gonna process the jumping, however it's gonna work. So if physics is on the ground and input jump pressed, for now let's just do player, not player, controller. Is there a controller? Controller jump timer reset, right? So the idea is, as long as the timer is not finished, we're gonna jump. So this should, resetting the timer should initialize jumping. I'm trying to write it as simple as possible. Just because I'm just so curious about how it would feel like. I love how big and arbitrary the player controller functions always become in games. Yeah, but I think it's valid, right? It's a good player controller has like so many edge cases and so many like fine-tuning little things going on. I feel like just trying to like make it, you know, neat and like abstract and, you know, some separation of concerns and whatever would just make it not fun. Excuse me for T-steering, literal. Okay, so then we take the timer always, and then we can check if controller jump timer not finished. If it's not finished, then we can like do some weird stuff in here. Looking at Celeste's player controller is wild. Yeah, I can imagine that. Speaking of controllers, I learned that controllers do make echo events. It's painful. Don't make echo events. I'm not sure what are echo events. Or echo. Echo? I'm not sure. If we are in the air, let's do something simple. Physics. Velocity. So some of these freeze the velocity. What is this? Oh, the funnel freezes velocity. That's awesome. So we don't need to worry about that. Anyone else? No. Okay, that's good. That's good. So it's gonna be physics.app times some like jump speed, I suppose. Gravity is 600, so like, I don't know. Let's make it twice as big. Is this it? Did we just implement jumping? I think so. Like a really, really basic. Oh, let's see where it takes us. When you press a button and it keeps spamming the button. Oh, okay. I'm missing something. We're missing the jump direction as well. I guess it would be up. Or I guess it would be Y. They actually did publish the Celeste player class sources. That's really cool of them. This one solid player controller. Oh wait, it's not compiling. I'm waiting for nothing. Oh my god, okay. Why isn't it possible? Does this? Oh, I know why. Because it's not a property, right? Yeah, it's a container without a reference. That explains why it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Okay, so nothing is happening. Oh, let's see. Where's the player controller? Jump timer 0.1. Okay, ground snapping is probably messing with us. Let's also store the jump direction, I guess. Oh yeah, now we can inline this. And then physics dot, or I guess here. Let's only do it once. Physics dot is on ground is equal to false. So disable snapping. I guess I should have, at this point I should have a better way of disabling snapping, but whatever. Oh my god, guys. Is this game of the year? I think the jump speed is a bit too much. Also, okay, where's the delta time? Now it's like, it is jumping, but like barely. I guess it's not enough to like escape the ground correction and stuff like that. Where's the timer? Here. Let's make it something bigger, like 1 second, I guess. See where it takes us. Nope, it just doesn't want to do it. Is it because the jump speed is like too small? I'm gonna switch to hot reload because it's probably gonna take a while to figure out. I think it snaps on the ground after 1 frame. I think it may not even be... It may not even be like a snapping problem, but intersection correction, because there is like a slight offset from the collider that we check for, and then we sort of adjust it so that the character is always on the ground. I stole it from Rapier, by the way, not my idea. Okay, what is happening? Why did it crash? Don't crash. Okay. Let's just try to increase the force and see what's gonna happen after that happens. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, okay, if we use like a bigger force, it does work. So then in here, if input.jump, it's not active, we want to move the timer so that it finishes immediately, right? Can I just finish? Is there a... No. Set elapsed. I guess this is gonna make it finish, right? maybe the initial impulse on jump should be bigger. We probably don't want it to be on impulse anyway, right? We're gonna change it in just a second. Oh. Because we don't really want it to continuously accelerate up, right? Yeah, okay. I can jump now, kind of. It feels awful. Okay, let's set the timer. Set duration from milliseconds. Select 200 milliseconds instead, and then when we do this, we could technically do what? I'm really afraid of like manipulating velocity directly here because I feel like it's gonna mess up a lot of things. Maybe check how Celeste does it. Last time I checked, Celeste didn't feature gravity that can vary in like every possible angle. Because like in the normal platformer, when the gravity is in one direction, it's really simple to do it, right? I'm thinking about how to control the velocity aligned with an axis that like, I'm not sure what the axis should be, right? Because we store the jump direction at the beginning, but due to horizontal movement, we might end up in a place where the gravity is different. And then we don't really want to subtract the velocity along the jump axis. Or maybe we do, like, I don't know. I don't think Celeste is gonna help me with that. Good first step would be to make the simple case work nicely. I already wrote controllers like that. This is not like, you know, my first rodeo, or however you say that. I just like to overthink every aspect of, you know, the implementation. I was going to ask what you were thinking on in that case. My wild guess is that just using the current gravity axis would be most intuitive. Yeah, but it wouldn't work with walkable walls, right? Because that's the first issue. Is like, what if you jump on the ceiling? Because then the moment you get detached from the walkable wall, the gravity is now different. So should you like start accelerating back? Probably not. Though we could probably detect this, right? We could, if we could like calculate the dot product between the gravity and the jump direction, we could check like, oh, are we going like in the opposite direction of the gravity? And if so, we could act differently. we could like not even do anything. The moment the jumping direction becomes the opposite of the gravity, we could change that probably then to like do nothing. I feel like I almost have it. Hold on. If let's think about the sphere. If I jump here and then my gravity is here, after I release the button, I don't want to accelerate here, I want to accelerate here. But that's probably not the case here, because if I jump and then I release spacebar, I shouldn't accelerate even further down. I guess we can just use the dot product between these two as like the scale of that impact. Okay, let's try to write it. Let's see, let's do the typical decomposition first. Wait, that's the wrong code. What if holding jump simply modulated the effect of gravity to like 50%? But it would still be parabolic, right? Oh wait, do we want to use the jump direction to decompose this? Probably. So target Y would be control jump direction. Or maybe not, maybe we shouldn't. But yeah, let's try that. Jump speed, that's our target. See how this would work. Okay, so this is gonna hijack the vertical component of the velocity and modify it so that it matches the upward velocity that we want, which should feel nice, because it's like, it's kind of linear, but it has this damping. Why did I restart? I didn't have to restart. It has this damping, which makes it not not too rigid, right? If you think about the curve, it's not gonna be like this. It's gonna be a little more like this, like smoothed out, I think. Okay, and now the velocity is way too fast, I think. Because now it doesn't have to counteract the gravity, so it could probably be just something like 400. It doesn't even have to be as fast as gravity, right? Okay, but now it's not enough to escape the snapping, I think. Yeah, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe we don't need the damping. Maybe we can just go for the target velocity immediately. That would guarantee that we're gonna not get glued to the wall, but jump immediately. Yeah, which feels better. You could modulate it with a curve over time to make it more linear in practice. That is true, but it does feel a bit roundabout, doesn't it? Because right now we could also use a curve, but instead of working with acceleration, we can work with velocity directly, right? So I could for example, take this and multiply that by the fraction of the timer. I guess, wait, there's probably a method for that, I think. Yeah, there's fraction remaining. It's gonna go from 1 to 0. No, do not restart the game. Right, and now it slows down at the end. It was a bit too rapid, maybe. Oh. Maybe we should just have something like this. with like a really tiny jump. Yeah, there's this problem already with the player like coming to a stop immediately. Small jump actually doesn't look bad. Yeah, it would definitely make people not complain about the lack of jumping, right? Yeah, now we freeze mid-air. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to sleep on it, I guess, because it is getting kind of late. So there's this weird thing where we can like jump at the same time while we connect to the anchor, and it gives us an additional boost. Game is looking amazing. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Archie the developer, hello. Welcome to the stream. We are, however, xenophobic. Hi, hello. We are just about to finish the live stream. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna sleep on this jump implementation. See that Celeste player controller you've been talking about. Maybe launch Celeste again, because it's been a while since I played it. It's cool. I'm just happy I was able to make it. Oh, not a break. That's ending. Yeah. Jump should be an unlockable power in New Game Plus. I think about this. It's gonna be a paid DLC. Okay, thank you everybody so much for tuning in. Thanks for all the help and suggestions, and yeah, good luck with your own projects, whatever you're working on. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, and you know, the next live stream is on Tuesday. So see you then, hopefully, and bye-bye.